And others will be reading their Black Girl Liberation pledges. I pledge allegiance to Black Girl Liberation, to the freedom of Black girls everywhere, not just the Angela Davises or the Ella Bakers, to those who aren't at the forefront of our fight, to those who can't fight, the Graces, the Black girls society doesn't tokenize, the Black girls that aren't in America, the Black girls that don't speak English, the Black girls that don't even know they're Black. I pledge to advocate for their happiness, for their laughter, for their joy, for their independence, for their ability to breathe, for their freedom. And chains constantly keeping us at the bottom, so that we all may rise up.
I will be leading the next pledge. I pledge to create. I pledge to paint myself Black, to sing with the choir of Black girls, and to dance holding my sister's hands. I pledge to create a home for Black girls. I pledge to make a home that is made of clay so that it can be molded for everyone's needs, so that we can define the terms, so that we can define the lines or blur them for ourselves. A home where Black girls are fed all the love and respect they deserve, where we are nourished. I pledge to create a safe space for Black girls. Alternative, ratchet, academic, loud, soft-spoken, strong, vulnerable Black girls. All Black girls. I pledge to create a safe space within myself that harbors the hearts and souls of all Black girls, so that we can not just survive, but live and thrive. So that we can learn, so that we can heal, so that we can speak and be heard and be unapologetically ourselves. Black girl, no space. I pledge to create love for Black girls so that we love ourselves as much as we love each other.
Okay, so next we will be going over a key vocabulary. And these terms are important and relevant not only to the rest of our presentation, but to the movement, and not only understanding, social justice texts, but understanding what goes on on social media and what these terms mean as well is very important. So our first term is liberation, which is a high quality of freedom, freedom from limits on thought, of behavior, freedom from social stereotyping. Our next vocab word is intersectionality, which is the way in which different parts of your identity experience different types of oppression. Our third vocab word is restoration, which is the renewal, revival, or reestablishment of something. The state or fact of being restored can be in the form of a return of something to a former, original, normal, or unimpaired condition, restitution of something that has been taken away or lost, and or something that is restored by renovation. And our final vocab word is autoethnography. Ethnography is the study of cultures and patterns of communities. Autoethnography is centering yourself in the process of the study of self as a way to use yourself and identity and story as a tool to understand systems and structures. Please feel free to screenshot or take a picture of these words because, like I said, not only are they important to this presentation, but they are important to understanding the movement as well. I'll pass it on to Rissy.
Hi again. During our JDG course over the summer, we got to talk to so many phenomenal people and hear their take on Black girlhood overall. One of those people was Tarana Burke. As many of you know, she is the founder of the Me Too movement. She's an activist for racial equity and for sexual assault awareness. I want to dive into some key takeaways from that discussion. But I also want to share real quick this quote from her. The most important person to tell your story to is yourself. So on the next slide, I'll talk a little more about some key takeaways from that discussion. The first one would be, I felt like it was my fault because I broke the rules. This is something that is so real for so many Black girls. Throughout our whole existence, we're told that we have this set of rules or these things that we have to live by, that we have to do this, that, and the third to get our life right, per se. when in reality, we should be able to live freely as who we are and as who we wish to be. So I want to challenge you to think, who made these rules and why do they even exist? Why are we putting this pressure onto Black girls all the time? The second one, your response to it in reference to assault in like any sort of setting, whether it be like a school setting, on like the street, anything like that. We tend as a society, we tend to see Black girls responding to assault, whether it be in like gym class and a guy hits you and you're like, don't hit me, or like push them away. We oftentimes get punished for our response to that. And a lot of the times, the people who are assaulting us don't get that same punishment, if they get punishment at all. And then the third one would be, if you are using your trauma as a crutch, the reality is that you need a crutch. A lot of the times we like to tell Black girls that they're using a crutch, that that they're using their trauma as a crutch, and that they shouldn't be relying on their trauma or anything along those lines, when, like in the quote says, we need a crutch. So rather than trying to tell them not to use that trauma, trying to support them through that and trying to aid them in whatever they need, whether it does look like using the trauma, and sometimes it won't, but remembering that the goal in the end is to support the Black girl who's going through whatever it is. And again, putting emphasis on not putting a blame on them for using that trauma or whatever crutch they decide to be using, but really making sure to support Black girls. I'm going to now pass it on to Hermela.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about a modern day example of Black women not being allowed to heal. But first, I'm going to introduce the people involved in this incident. So, for those of you who don't know who Megan Thee Stallion is, she is a Black artist who's 25 years old. She's known for her uplifting and fierce anthems. She is also a part-time college student at Texas Southern University and is working to get her bachelor's in health and administration. She has 13.1 million followers on Instagram and 5 platinum songs. So if there is an example of Black girl excellence, I think Megan is an amazing example of this. So recently there was an incident between Megan and an African American male rapper named Tory Lanez, in which Megan ended up being shot in both of her feet. The attack was intended to hurt her, and she had to be taken to the hospital to have surgery and remove both bullets. Luckily, she made a full recovery, and the bullets didn't harm her in any lethal or non-fixable way. But many people took the situation and Megan's injury for a joke, especially on social media. And even people with large followings on social media or otherwise made insensitive and unnecessary comments, such as reality star Drea Mitchell. So up top, we have some quotes that were on social media about Megan being transgender and how she must have been shot because her feet were ugly. And also, the most alarming one is when she came out and described the experience as traumatic. People responded with, "I thought you were a savage. I thought you were strong." And while Megan is a well-known celebrity who has a fierce and admirable personality, it does not mean she's not human like the rest of us. And the fact that many people, it was like a phenomena of people who felt inclined to not only speak on the situation, but degrade and take the seriousness and severity out of the situation. This disrupts her healing process, and not only hers, but the healing process for all girls. Because when people like us look on social media and see how others react to someone who's famous and well known and well loved trauma, like that, we say, oh, well, if I come out with my trauma, then the reaction might be even worse. Her strong mentality shouldn't allow others to feel comfortable to blatantly discredit her emotions and pain and blatantly disrespect her. And I think that is something that many Black girls experience. Also, recently, Tory Lanez decided to come out with an album completely discrediting everything that Megan said. This album happened to be released the day after the Breonna Taylor verdict, in which we saw that the police were charged with endangering the lives of white neighbors instead of taking the life of Breonna Taylor, who is an EMT and a 26-year-old woman. So the fact that a Black man felt inclined to release an entire album discrediting the trauma of a Black woman right after, something extremely disheartening happened in the Black community, and after, at a time where we're supposed to be grieving the death of Breonna Taylor and the lack of justice is really disgusting. So I think it's important to understand how not only the media and artists react to this kind of stuff, but how we react to Black women's trauma and how we expect them to be strong and inhumanely strong when they're people and they deserve to be treated as such. I will pass it on to Kyla.
During the summer, we had the opportunity to sit into a UC Berkeley class on Black feminist healing arts. And then the teacher for this class was Ree Botts. So if you don't know Ree Botts, she's a PhD student of African Diaspora Studies at the University of California, Berkeley. And she's also the founder of Black Women X Healing. So we learned a lot of important things during Ms. Ree's class, but one of the things that stood out to me was disrespectability. And then this is a new term to me, so I'm trying to explain it to you guys. So when we speak about disrespectability, we're speaking about the ways we disrespect systems of oppression. And it's a response to respectability politics, which work to police the Black community from within. So it's basically putting the blame onto Black people, saying how we should act better, will we get treated better. And history has shown us that that's not true. And then these systems of oppression continue to attack Black girls' healing by minimizing and devaluing a Black girl's experience and feelings. And this also happened with Megan, as Hermela just described. So disrespectability is the way we as Black girls combat those harmful attacks and instead promote healing. So now I want to take you guys through some quotes from Ms. Ree Botts' talk with us. So the first one is, when we as Black women and Black girls talk about healing, we incorporate a lot of shame and blame. And then the question is really, where does all the shame and blame come from? Who's responsible for it? And really, how deeply does that run? And then I think it's a really important fact to consider that Black girls are raised to live a life of upholding the strong Black woman stereotype at the expense of their mental and emotional health. We don't get the liberty of being vulnerable and taking the time to heal. And being strong can be a good thing, but the way that it's interpreted within the Black community and pushed onto Black girls is that we have to hide our hurt and we have to ignore it at the same time. So as a result, when Black girls are vulnerable and try to open up, they're often not taken seriously. And when that happens, they're not going to want to do that again. So we also need to take into consideration the adultification of Black girls and how it removes healing as an option. Black girls aren't allowed to make mistakes. When a Black girl gets in trouble, either in a domestic setting or educational setting, oftentimes adults don't try to figure out what went wrong and how that Black girl may be hurting. Instead, the go-to response is, you should have known better. And when you hear this response, inadvertently the statement, you should have known better, places a lot of blame onto Black girls, oftentimes for situations that were out of their control. Over time, when she keeps hearing the statement, anytime a Black girl undergoes a traumatic event, she's going to make the connection that she's responsible for the event rather than her perpetrators. And this is especially prevalent with a lot of sexual assault cases. And then this makes it even harder for her to heal, because now she's thinking, I don't have the right to heal because she should have somehow known that this was going to happen and take the actions to prevent it. And then it even gets to the point where she's not going to address these events as traumatic anymore. She's going to normalize this. And then now also a second quote was, how do we intentionally disrespect the systems that disrespect us? And there's a way for Black girls to do it ourselves, but really the real important question is how can you help Black girls disrespect those systems? And it's really about how do we ensure that Black girls have the space and ability to heal undisturbed. So speaking specifically to Black girls, I think we can start practicing disrespectability by living our lives to our own standards rather than the ones assigned to us. And this doesn't have to be in major ways as if like starting a whole protest or leading a riot. Rather, instead, just take the time for yourself, take the time to spend the day in bed, don't do your hair if you don't want to, just meditate, breathe, just know that you're here, you're present, and you're valid. And that's enough. You don't have to perform. And now how can you, someone who isn't a Black girl or who hasn't experienced Black girlhood, support Black girls and their disrespectability? Well, there's 4 very achievable solutions. 1, allow Black girls to make mistakes and learn from them in an open and loving environment. Black girls are children too, and you should treat them as such. There's no different in treatment just because of gender or race. And that's something that really has to be remembered. 2, listen to a Black girl's experiences without contradicting how she feels. Her hurt shouldn't be discredited. Your first assumption should not be, oh, where's the proof? Rather, just listen to her and let her tell you her story. And if she gives you that trust in order to tell the story, please respect that. Because once that trust is betrayed, it's going to be extremely hard to put that trust in anyone else. 3, giving Black girls access to materials that can provide a safe space for them to grow. So JBG was that safe space for me. And if a Black girl, if you see her is struggling and she can't come to you and she doesn't want to talk to you, that's okay. Please don't get offended. What you can do is try to find other resources for her and let her have that outlet. 4, stand up for a Black girl when her story is discredited and disrespected. And this is especially crucial for educators and caseworkers to do, because I don't know if you guys heard, but a few months ago, a 15-year-old Black girl in Michigan, she went under the name of Grace to protect her identity. It was during the time when we first made the transition to remote learning. She has a learning disability, and her school was not able to provide her the proper resources to ensure that she's working with that learning disability in order to complete her schoolwork. And because of this, she started falling behind. And then she already had a caseworker at this time, and the caseworker got called in to see what's happening. And basically, after a long session, what happened is that Grace, she got sent to a juvenile center because she wasn't doing her homework, even though the caseworker did not take the steps to realize that Grace has a learning disability and the fact that she was not providing the help that she was not getting the help that she needed. So Grace, she just recently got released, but she spent the majority of that time, the beginning part of quarantine, in a juvenile center when she should not have been there over something as doing homework. So we really need you to be there for Black girls when they're labeled as having an attitude or being a problem, because no one's taking into consideration her life outside of school. So now I want to pass it back to Hermela, who's going to take you through a poem about disrespectability.
Okay, so I'm going to read this poem. Time I read it, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes and really visualize it. But the first time you can keep your eyes open. It's called Revolutionary Dreams by Nikki Giovanni. I used to dream militant dreams of taking over America to show these white folks how it should be done. I used to dream radical dreams of blowing everyone away with my perceptive powers of correct analysis. I even used to think I'd be the one to stop a riot and negotiate the peace. Then I awoke and dug that if I dreamed natural dreams of being a natural woman doing what a woman does when she's natural, I would have a revolution. Now I'm asking everyone to close their eyes for me to read the poem a second time. I used to dream militant dreams of taking over America to show these white folks how it should be done. I used to dream radical dreams of blowing everyone away with my perceptive powers of correct analysis. I even used to think I'd be the ones to stop the riot and negotiate the peace. Then I awoke and dug that if I dreamed a natural dream of being a natural woman doing what a natural woman does when she's natural, I would have a revolution. Everybody can open their eyes again. So this poem is so important to me, and I think to all of us at JBG, because it shows that Black womanhood is so heavily criminalized and disrespected that through being one's authentic self, Black girls are being a revolution. And I think this demonstrates disrespectability because people don't realize that the systems that are meant to oppress us want us to show up in the world in a very specific way. If you're not a certain type of Black girl, you will not be acknowledged, you will not be loved, you will not have opportunities. And if you are, not that certain type of Black girl, then you don't matter. And even that certain type of Black girl has to show up in a very, very, very specific way, because that respect that she has gained can be taken away at the blink of an eye. So this demonstrates disrespectability because by being our authentic selves, we are attacking and disrespecting the systems that are attacking and disrespecting us. And through being our most authentic selves and living our most authentic lives, we are telling those systems that Black girls don't have to show up in one very specific way to be respected and heard and loved. So this poem conveys a Black woman who radically dreams of a world where she feels empowered simply by being her natural self. And living out her truth brings forth a revolution. And I just think that is so powerful because it just shows how heavily Black girlhood and Black womanhood are criminalized and how hard it is to just be yourself and live your truth. And so the way that you, the listener, can help us as Black girls and us as Black women live our absolute truth and be our revolution in that way is, one, don't make us show up in specific ways for BLM. Don't criticize people for not showing up the way you think they should, because them being themselves is showing up. And two, I would just say listen and leave room and air for Black girls. I think so often we're suffocated by these societal norms of how we should be and what we should do and how we should talk and what we should say. And I think it's important for everyone who's listening to this to go into their daily lives and go into their worlds and realize that Black girls come up and can show up and should be allowed to show up in every way they want to and every way they can. So I'll pass it on to Joy.
Further speaking on criminalization, during the summer, we had the privilege to talk to Dr. Monique Morris, an author and creator of Push Out, a film about the criminalization of Black girls in schools. In her work, Exploring Restorative Solutions, she writes, restorative justice is an alternate paradigm designed to repair harm between and among people. Restorative justice also helps to seek and identify the harm, determine what needs to be done to repair it, and agree on who's obligated to do so. The problem with Black girls not receiving restorative justice is that they are 7 times more likely to be suspended than their white counterparts. They are 3 times more likely than their Latinx and white peers to be referred to juvenile court. And schools stop becoming a place of learning, but instead become a place of punishment and marginalization. By implementing restorative justice in schools, people will be able to resolve disagreements, take accountability for their actions, and embark on acts of forgiveness and togetherness. There would be mindfulness in schools. We'd be able to repair harm and restore relationships in our communities. And further, it would also have policies and procedures to provide an equal reaction to every action and justice on both sides. Now I'll pass it to Mariama.
Hi. Hi, I'm Mariama, and I will be speaking on Black Girl Autoethnography, made by Robin Boy Lauren. This autoethnography is called On Being at Home with Myself. From the vocabulary that was previously shown, we know that autoethnography is centering yourself in the process of study, the study of self, a way to use yourself, identity, and story as a tool to understand systems and structures. Robin Boy Lauren uses her writing in an academic setting to talk about embodied, critical, and culturally situated research that begins and/or ends at home, in the body we live with and the social circumstances we live through. From her work, I have learned to pay attention to what I am feeding my soul and even my mind. I have began to become more mindful of what I'm hearing, saying, or doing because I may be disrupting my own home. I feel as though I'm being a little bit more greedy of my home and caring a lot more about who I'm letting into it. I'll pass the mic to Eden, who will be analyzing some quotes from the article.
Hi, I'll be going over some very important quotes that we've pulled from the autoethnography. But if you could, it would be really great if anyone could search it and read it for themselves. The first quote we'll be going over is, "Not the home where my mama lives, or the home I've made for myself. Home is a permanent place you can get used to." So here in this quote, Robin is defining home, and not as a physical stationary place that has like four walls and a roof, but as ourselves, and knowing that home cannot be someone else for you. It can't be just your mother. It can't be just your father. It has to be within you. In the second quote, Robin states, "When you are at home with yourself, you feel at home even at someone else's house. When I feel at home, I can make myself at home wherever I am, opening cabinets and drawers, making myself a cup of coffee, putting my feet up on the furniture, changing the channel without asking." I think that this quote is especially important when it comes to Black girls, because as Black girls, we are told and conditioned to shrink ourselves and to conform to the space that we are in. And so it's important for Black girls, for us to fight this conditioning, and for Black girls to be allowed to be comfortable in their own skin and in their own bodies. And we need to allow them to be free in all spaces, especially spaces not created for them, and spaces where we condition to be uncomfortable. Quote 3, "We forget that home is supposed to be a place of vulnerability and surrender." And going off the previous one, we as Black women and Black girls are told to be strong and told to hold up the entire nation and to hold up homes. But for the sake of Black girl healing, we must find spaces to heal, and we must acknowledge that strength all the time is impossible. And Robin speaks this and understands that home in yourself is the place to heal. And our last quote, "Black girl autoethnography, a way of owning who I am, expressing, being at home in my skin, avoiding the pause, accepting the contradictions, and forgetting the grays." So incorporating Black girl autoethnography and the definition of home for Black girls, Robin uses autoethnography to connect the words of Black and girl, and to define a healing process that is about learning and defining yourself and understanding yourself as a Black girl, and accepting all your scars, physical, mental, and emotional, and ignoring the outside world that tells you that you are not worthy, but you are. And so that this healing process and this healing journey can begin. Now, Kalia, on other ways of finding home as a Black girl.
Continuing with the topic of home, we have 3 core ways on how you could also continue to do this. And then one is accepting yourself. As Black girls, we're often taught we have to conform to Eurocentric standards of beauty, causing us to dislike the parts of ourselves we should embrace the most. In order for us to find home within ourselves, we must first accept the parts of ourselves we have been told to dislike. And this really hits core with just accepting the way you look, accept your nose, your lips, your hair, your skin. All these are beautiful things. They're part of you. Of course, they're going to be naturally beautiful. And you shouldn't just discredit it just because you may not see yourself as much you do in the media. You are the only representation that you need. You're beautiful all on your own. And then 2 is validating yourself. A part of finding hope within yourself is recognizing that you are whole. Don't allow the world to make you feel any less whole than you are. Learn to speak to yourself. You are home. And this is especially true with, there's so many Black girls who are interested in so many things that's just different from the mainstream. There are Black girls who are poets. There are Black girls who are skaters. There's goth Black girls. There's all of these wonderful girls who have all these different interests, but they're so scared to actually pursue them because they fear of being isolated. you have to please realize that yes, community is good, but with this community, we will support you in different interests, even though my interest may not be the same as yours. Really just take the risks and do what makes you happy. And then 3 is honoring your space. An element of finding home is honoring your space. This could mean setting aside a space for you to practice something you enjoy doing, such as drawing or dancing. Honoring your space also means decorating your space or sticking up some affirmations around. In addition to honoring your space physically, also honor your space as in like who you're letting into your life. A lot of the times the Black girls were scared to actually speak up because we don't want to seem, having an attitude or being rude or being angry. Like we don't want all those negative connotations put onto us, and they shouldn't be put onto us. But at the end of the day, we are valid in our feelings. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to say, hey, I just don't want to do this. This makes me uncomfortable, because it's your own feelings. Make sure you voice that and make sure you create a space that really is meant for you. And now I'm going to pass this on to Hermela, who's going to be speaking about liberation for Black girls.
Okay, so I'm gonna recite another quote by the Combahee River Collective. If Black women were free, it would mean that everyone else would have to be free, since our freedom would necessitate on the destruction of all systems of oppression. I'm gonna read it one more time. If Black women were free, it would mean that everyone else would have to be free, since our freedom would necessitate on the destruction of all systems of oppression. And I just want to reiterate what our definition of liberation is. Liberation is freedom from limits of thoughts and behavior beyond physical barriers. So I think this quote is important because I think it speaks to the intersection at which we lay at as Black girls and Black women. We're women, and so we face a lot of the oppression that women have to face, whether that be regarding sexual assault and just sexual oppression of any kind. But we're also Black, so we are affected by police brutality, and we are affected by unethical medical practices, and so on and so forth. So I think it's important for people to not only take, Black women's issues into BLM and movements created for Black people, but I think movements like the LGBTQIA+ movement and the feminist movement also have to take Black issues and Black women's issues into their perspective movements as well. I believe that it's important for everyone to participate in the freedom of Black girls and Black women, because like the Combahee River Collective said, when Black women are free, that would mean everyone else is free. Because if we have Black women in the LGBTQIA+ movement, they're not free until LGBTQIA+ people are free, and Black women are free, and Black people are free. And I think it's difficult for people to understand the intersection at which we lay at, and the amount and the weight of the intersections that we lay at. Because when you look at society, you can see the systems of oppression, all of them actively acting upon one group, and that group is us. It's Black girls and Black women. And I think it's hard for people to talk about Black women and their issues a lot of the time, and they want to change the subject because it's uncomfortable. And you see how actively and oppressively these systems are working when you look at communities of color, but Black women specifically. So I think that it's important for everybody to participate in liberation, because they need to participate in liberation for everyone to be free. And then on the next slide, we have ways that you can aid the liberation of Black girls and Black girlhood. So the first and most important way is calling out wrongdoing against Black girls and defending and protecting them. Black women are strong, Black women are amazing, Black women are great, but we're a lot more than that. And you cannot expect Black women to be strong and defend themselves all the time, because the truth is that we are so oppressed that if we're going to get anywhere in this world, we're going to need everyone else standing up for us as well. And it isn't just our responsibility to stand up for ourselves, because the truth is we did not create these systems, and we are affected by them to the point that it's hard for us to advocate for ourselves. So the brunt of that work should be on everyone else, not just Black girls. The second way you can aid Black girl liberation is by listening to Black girls. So often we discredit what Black girls have to say. We interrupt them. We snatch the mic from them. I've been to protests where I've had many people interrupt me while I'm talking, snatch the mic from me. And that's a literal example, but there are so many figurative examples as well. Black girls being cut off when they're talking in class, when they're trying to explain themselves. We don't give Black girls the room to share their experience, and therefore we don't understand. America does not understand the true oppression that they go through, that we go through. So I think it's important to listen to Black girls, because without listening, you can never truly understand or even begin to understand how strong and suffocating the systems of oppression we face are. The third way is understanding how race and class affect feminism. So like I said before, I think it is important for people to take Black women's issues into their prospective movements, but I think the feminist movement has failed at this greatly. And I think that they need to start incorporating Black women's issues and women's of color's issues in general into their movement. I think that, in some ways that it's a very racist and classist movement, because it caters to white, middle class women. And that's not fair, because like the Combahee River Collective said, our freedom and everyone's freedom is contingent on our freedom. So I think it's important they understand and preach our issues as well. And if it's not them doing it, they should at least give us the space to. So I think anyone who identifies themselves as a feminism should educate themselves on what Black women in America go through and have gone through. For example, I learned that Black women didn't get the right to vote until the 1960s. The feminism movement loves talking about how the 1920s where women got their right to vote. That is not true. And if you are not going to incorporate all women, then you can't say that's when women got the right to vote, because it's not. It's when white women got the right to vote, and that automatically makes it exclusive. And, there have been many Black activists that said, like Sojourner Truth, who said, am I not a woman too? So people need to understand, by excluding us from their movements, they're excluding real liberation. Another way to aid the liberation of Black girls is to seek to shift cultural narratives and our collective psyche towards Black girls. So what this means is, when you see Black girls in media showing up in one way, in one capacity, in one box, really, you need to understand that Black girls are complete people, and that they have the capacity to show up in whatever way they feel is correct for them and in whatever way is right for them. And when you start to think of, oh, this Black girl is weird because she's not showing up this way that I'm used to seeing, get that out of your head. Immediately remove that from your brain, because Black women and Black girls don't have to show up the way the media has taught you to expect them to. I think it's important to give Black girls room and air and space to figure out the way they want to be and the way they want to show up. So stop placing judgment on how Black girls are and how they should be, because there isn't a way they should be, and there isn't a way they are currently either. And then the final way is to understand the intersection at which Black girls exist at, and work to be accepting of all of the issues they are impacted by. So I think this is the most important, Because if you don't understand that we are Black people, we are women, we are people of color in general, some of us are in the LGBTQIA plus community, you know, some of us are the first generation, some of us are immigrants. If you don't understand how all those issues work to affect and oppress us, then you don't understand what Black girlhood is, and therefore you don't understand how to help liberate us. So I think educating yourself by listening to Black people and Black girls specifically is the most important and effective way to do this. And I think that it's important to understand what an intersection is and understand not only what it is to be at that intersection in one way, but what it is to be at that intersection in many different ways and what it is to be at many different intersections. Because people talk about immigrants and they talk about, you know, LGBTQIA plus people, but they don't understand how those can be combined into one person. So talk about those people that it's an intersection at and not only the one narrative, the one intersection. And I'll pass it on to Joy for our discussion.
So these questions are points of discussion, whether it be with your peers or your colleagues, your friends, your family. You can even write them down in a journal. I'm going to read each question twice as slow as I can. So it'd be a great time for you to write it down in your notes app on your phone, or maybe try and find a notepad or a notebook that is close to you, and use them later as topics for self-reflection. So the first question is, how can healing help uplift and enrich Black girlhood? How can healing help uplift and enrich Black girlhood? Next question, how does vulnerability and truth-telling help us get free? How does vulnerability and truth-telling help us get free? Next question, how can you use your profession to promote Black girl safekeeping? How can you use your profession to promote Black girl safekeeping? Next question, how do you heal? How do you heal? And finally, what does home look like for you? What does home look like for you? So again, take all these questions that we've given you and genuinely use them for topics of discussion. Use it to reflect within yourself and wonder, what am I doing for Black girls? How am I showing up for Black girls? How am I helping to create a space for them to be comfortable with themselves? How am I showing them that I am here for them? I will pass it on to Kyla to share our interactive activity.
So we want to leave you guys off with a poem prompt that you could either do in a group or by yourself. So if you're going to do it in a group, I suggest everyone write one line and then really take the time to read it out loud if they are comfortable with this and just really feel the weight of those words. And if you do it on your alone, either you can leave it at this one line or you could expand it more. But then after you do that and after your pen is done writing, just really take the time to sit back, read these words out loud, read them once, read them twice, read them every day if you have to, and just really feel your words and what you're trying to say and how you're trying to express yourself. So the way this prompt works is that each line has to start with the word healing. And then for this one line, it either has to include a color, a shape, a sound, or a type of weather. And then the same line also has to include either a feeling, a place, or a thing. So this may sound kind of confusing, which is why we included an example. So my first line is, healing is sunshine rising over a hilltop. I started healing, my type of weather was sunshine, and my place was a hilltop. So that's basically how it works out. But to also provide you with more examples that we had from our previous class, I'm gonna read a few, and I'll also read some of the one-liners and also one poem that someone took the liberty to expand it out to a more fleshed out poem. So the first one is, healing is singing the blues from my soul. Healing is golden love in the pouring rain. Healing is pineapple juice on a hot summer day, chilling down my throat, relief from the sun's strong push. Healing is a circle of sacred wombs wandering into widening waters. Healing is brown sand falling away between my toes. And now this last example is the more fleshed out poem. Ears soothed by Black Girl Curriculum. Hermela, the harmonica, Eden, the electric bass, Bree, the symphonic orchestrator, chat room where the audience is placed. I've been doing this work in the cave just to take a peek out and hear a marching band doing the same. Healing is taking a leap and falling in a cradle of God's chosen. So that was some examples. I really hope you guys take the time to actually sit down and work and use this as a mode to heal. And now I want to pass this on to Hermelo, who's going to just highlight some of the text we use in the presentation and that we use in our Black Girl curriculum.
Okay, so I'm going to be introducing some of the texts we use. And again, I think some of the best way, or the best way, the single best way to learn about the issues Black women face is to listen to Black women and read books and texts written by Black women. So first we have Exploring Restorative Solutions by Monique Morris, which is about how oppression works in schools and criminalizes Black girlhood there. Our second text is On Being at Home with Myself by Robin Boylorn, which we discussed. It's a Black woman autoethnography on how to be home with herself. The third is a poem that I read earlier, which is Revolutionary Dreams by Nikki Giovanni. Fourth is the Combahee River Collective statement by the Combahee River Collective. I read an excerpt from it, but it's a few page essay, and I really recommend people reading this as well. Fifth, we have Sister Outsider by Audre Lorde. Audre Lorde is one of our JBG favorite authors, and I really recommend you read this as well. And really anything by Audre Lorde is a good read and a good idea if you're trying to understand Black womanhood and girlhood. Dance is My Spirit Language by Tanisha Douglas is an essay about how one woman uses dance to heal. And finally, we have a pretty popular poem by Lucille Clifton called Won't You Celebrate With Me, which is also just a great read to understand kind of Black girlhood and everything we discussed today. Please take the time to read these texts and feel free to, write these down or take a screenshot, a picture of them, whatever you need to do. For our closing remarks, I will pass it on to Rissy.
Hello again. I just first want to say thank you all for allowing us to share our time with your time. Thank you for listening in. I hope everyone was able to have at least one takeaway from all of the great things that we've shared today. On the screen, you can see all of the places that you can support us as Justice for Black Girls. You can check out our Instagram, which is at Justice for Black Girls. Our website, www.justiceforblackgirls.com, and of course our email address, which is justiceforblackgirls@gmail.com. I want to give a shout out to all of the Black girls out there, all of the JBG ambassadors who may have tuned in. Also shout out to Miss Brianna. Shout out to Girls for Gender Equity. And again, thank you to everyone for tuning in, to allowing us to share our time with you, and for really listening to what we have to say.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for joining us for our youth track. My name is Shanae Smith. My pronouns are they, she, and he. I'm a Black queer feminist survivor, therapist, and youth worker. I serve as the Sisters in Strength program manager at Girls for Gender Equity, which is a Brooklyn-based intergenerational organization with national influence, working to combat the widespread gender-based and racialized violence that impact young people of color. I am joined here today with Tani Ikeda and 4 amazing panelists who we will introduce shortly. Tani, I will pass the mic over to you to explain in detail some of what our process has entailed for our workshop, Liberatory Love Letters, Art Making as Resilience, Resistance, and Healing Magic, and also thinking about the ways in which we've infused our identities as survivors with arts activism and healing justice throughout our time together leading up until this point. Tani, I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, Shanae. Mediate Justice is a nonprofit that teaches girls media with a social justice lens. We believe in telling your story by any means necessary. So if you have a camera, you can film your story. If you don't have that, you have a pen and a pad, you can write your story. If you don't have that, you have a body, you can speak your story. Tell your story by any means necessary. We are so excited to partner this year with Me Too, Tarana Burke, and GGE. A little bit about this process. So when I was a young person on the anniversary of my rape, I wrote a love letter to myself. It was a whisper to keep going, to not give up just yet. I shared this message online and other survivors began writing their own love letters. Today, you will witness love letters from young survivors who are charting their journey of resilience through their poetry, letters, music, and art. I am so proud to be a part of these artists' lives and excited for the work and vision they will be sharing with you. Please welcome our first poet, Anna.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to be sharing a poem. She said that. Okay. I'm going to start now. I grew up hating myself and my body, believing I don't own it, believing it wasn't mine. I drowned myself with overflowing baggy clothes that swallowed my body whole. I continued to drown for years, wanting to breathe, but unintentionally holding my breath, feeling this pain, an excruciating pain. It wasn't that I didn't want to gasp for air. I didn't know I could. I didn't feel like I deserved that feeling of joy, that feeling when the sun hits my melanin skin, that feeling when I can say no and it's respected, that feeling when I drink a cup of cold water on a very hot day. A hot day where I drown myself in baggy clothes, hiding my invisible scars, the scars I wear on my skin, where the marks of his hand still lay. They lay there after the bruises I get from rubbing my skin too hard in the shower for hours trying to forget. Forget a part of me I wish never existed. A part of me that I look back with disgust, same disgust I get looked with. The looks of, oh, we know her type. The girl who dresses with attention. What does that even mean? I dress with love and pride and genuine care, but to you, it's attention. It's a calling to touch me, touch my body, because my self-love translates to disrespect me. Touch me without consent, because my self-love and fashion translates to slut, because a woman who enjoys her body and confidence enough to show it off and scream, hello world, get ready for me, get ready for my walk is a hoe. A woman who loves sex in the field, oh, it's so amazing, is a whore. My confidence and firm attitude translates to playing hard to get. And I want it even when I say no. To you, my self-love translates to everything but what I mean to say. You take your own perceptions even when I say no. So I drown myself with overflowing baggy clothes. And I thought maybe, just maybe, if I hid myself, I wouldn't be seen. But in fact, everyone sees a girl with an overdressed hoodie in 95-degree weathers. Same way the cops can see me walking in a crowd of millions. Same way the news can call me a thug. Same way my mother could say my curly hair had to be fixed, so she straightened it. And my identity was washed away, but at least I looked whiter. The same weather that makes my anxiety melt across my face. Same face where there were scars of eroded paths that I crossed, crying continuously with no end. Same path that my mind forces me to walk through, and it's gotten worse. I don't only think in the night, it flowed into the day. Laughing and then getting sad, thinking about the way my body has been violated. I became a woman before I was a young lady. I became a woman by force and weird. My first encounter was never my last. My first encounter was the loudest. I was molded from an innocent child to a matured one, so I drowned myself in sexual desire. I became so driven by it. I wanted to feel control. I wanted more and more so I can know how it felt to say yes, because I became quiet by it. I wanted to feel love. My no's turned to yeses. I was in control. Nobody could have the power to take my no and turn it around, so I did it. Even when I showed I wasn't comfortable. Uncomfortable, like when I'm being taught about slavery in a history class with a white teacher, same teacher who will look at me and ask if I had any thoughts because I'm Black. Uncomfortable, like when my male teacher tells me to go to the office to get change of clothes because I'm distracting. How do my shoulders distract you? Why are you looking at my shoulders and the first thing you think of is I can't teach my class? Are my sharp collarbones bothering? Do they cut you like the stares you give cut me? Cut my confidence, cut my time in class? Same way they cut my pockets heading back home? Does it cut the bruises I get from mom for not being in school with proper attire? Are my shoulders not proper? Does that bother you? My body, me developing a certain way bother you? The way God mixed my smooth glowing skin and chiseled cheeks and jaw and shoulders fixing me to be the best perfection he could create bothers you? Does it make you uncomfortable? Am I not a child? Am I a sexual object to you? That uncomfortable. I destroyed my body, my mind, my soul. What I didn't know was energy can't be destroyed. It's turned into a different energy. So I continued to hide under my covers, not because there were monsters in my room, but because I hid so long in the dark, I became friends with them. I learned to dance with the thoughts that told me I was to blame. Stop dressing in such ways, stop appearing in such ways. I laughed with the thoughts that told me I wasn't good enough. I drowned myself in the dark while overflowing with these baggy clothes. Ironic because I'm afraid of the dark, but not when I need to be alone. I cry and I yell into my pillow like when he got on top of me and I couldn't breathe. I turn on the light. I see where the tears have dropped so heavy they mark my floor. I can see where the shadows lingered screaming at me. I can still feel my ears ringing. But now it rings with the sings in the morning. You're beautiful no matter what. And as I get dressed, showing skin, I drown myself with love and love alone.
Hi there, my name is Solange. I'll be performing 4 different poems. This first one is my Survivor love letter. Dear you, you are your own best support system. I want you to remember that. You, beautiful, blooming, and bruised, are the only one who has been there through everything, from even before him, when you face a schoolyard full of wolves, when eyes like magnets follow the swish of your skirt, when hands found their way across your chest, when you didn't ask for it, when you never asked for any of this, you have been there through the darkness, through the nightmares that were really just memories of him. You were there for me when I was with him. And his breath and his chest and the way he blocked out the sun, you held me through the loneliness. Through the nights I prayed to the moon that I would wake up underwater, beautiful, blooming, and bruised. You survived this. You lived through this. When your mother stopped saying your name, when your brother grew angry from confusion, when the love of your life couldn't understand why you were crying from the sound of his belt unbuckling, you are still here. Thank you. Thank you for braving each day, for embracing the sunrise again and again. You are so beautiful. I love you with all of my heart. Love you. The second poem is called Mending. If I could tell my younger self anything, I'd tell them, you sit in the middle of the bus now. You don't press your head to the window at night. You dream of birds, of fire. You lick the wound. You take off your clothes with grace. February is just a month now, and so is October and April. In fact, you stop celebrating the anniversaries of your aches. You stop dreaming of could-have-beens. You walk down a different street. You keep the blinds open. You see a body of water as a cool, calm place instead of a place to rest, to escape from the tired and the heaviness of your heart. Your hair grows back. You get up at the crack of dawn just to greet the sun. The moon is no longer your lover, but she is a friend. Your shadow is a friend, your grief, a shroud that hangs in your closet. The darkness does not come back even when you expect it to. This is how you live now. This is how you begin again. This is it. You are free. This next poem is called How Hard Did Aging Hit You? There was a trend last year where it was supposed to be a 10-year comparison, so that's what this poem is. When I was 14, when the spider bit, when my hair was mostly thundercloud, when I did not yet know that I was the moon, when my teeth were crooked and my breasts were straight, when my brother was alive, when I rode the bus for the first time, when the sky was the color of summer and my mother and I still lived in that house, the one with the elm tree out front when I was young, before I found my voice, before I learned to grow a new skin, only had a thick skin before, now I am soft underbelly, now I am all soft. Now my hair is a river, now I am the sunlight and the storm. The sky is the color of an ever-approaching dawn of hope, of light anew, the promise of beginnings again and again. Now I am 24 and I am celestial. I am everything. I am Venus in the sea. I am the mouth that swallows the moon. I am everything, everything. And this last one is called Personal Victories. I am awake and I am alive and I feel so light. I am the sun that dances between the leaves. I am the wind that kisses everyone's skin. Once I felt so heavy. Some days I still do. Sometimes I am sink and seep and don't swim. Sometimes I am the dark piece of the ocean. Sometimes I am a heavy rain, but today I am flicker. I am flight. I am free. I am grateful for this little place of love. I just wish I could stay here forever.
Hello, I'm Ashley. I'll be going now. Walking home from the last time I was assaulted, I wish someone would have told me that Summer Walker would be dropping an album that would speak to every part of what was going on and that I'm not alone. When she said, "Can't you see I'm trying?" I wish the person who had took advantage of my trust knew that despite the fact that I would do anything for them, it was not okay to do those things. Before I knew my connection with music, it felt like no one saw me. I felt like no one knew what it was like to be betrayed and doubted by my own inner self. Music makes me feel comfortable with uncomfortable trauma. Music makes it feel like being embarrassed is okay, but not permanent. Music turns my I don't know into I know that. I know what, sorry. The embarrassment, shame, self blame, and all of her doubt slipped away as the 3 minutes of a song became zero. Despite music being one of the most important aspects of my healing, the number one was being with the people who made me feel the most seen. After struggling with my own survivorhood alone, I felt like I could not bear another second of relying on myself for love and affection. My friends, family, coworkers, and facilitators helped me in my progress to become a better person for myself and others. In the times when my inner critic was the loudest, I would always ask myself, who really feels that way? Who is really the one who thinks that you're being dramatic and sensitive? Because usually that is not my own voice. My inner critic was not my own voice. It was the voices of the people who either didn't understand what it was like to be a survivor or people who are in denial about their own survivor identity. Thank you.
And now we will have Anna, who will be sharing her piece.
My apologies. Okay. I love you. I love when you wake up and the first thing you do is wash up and eat breakfast. You do not feel pressure to look at your phone and have to respond to anyone. You can and have your personal time every morning. I love this because you are finally giving yourself boundaries. I love the way you apply lotion on your skin after a shower. My skin is fine without moisturizing. It's not dry, but the extra step you have been taken to self-care and self-love is amazing. I love you. I love the way you can say no and not feel ashamed. You stopped being afraid to state your boundaries, and now you're happier than ever. The way you would choose happiness and sleep over school and work. Nothing deserves stress. You did not deserve your breakdowns for an overpiled assignment. I love the way you find a way to balance life and adhere to yourself and yourself only. It's okay to be selfish. You have been selfless for so long. It's okay to say, no, I need my time today. I want to be left alone. No, do not touch me, my hair, my stuff. No, I do not want to talk. And it's fine to take yourself out. Self-love looks like skin masks or Netflix and ice cream. I love that you learn to forgive. I love that you learn to let go, but not forget, not because you must, but because it allows you to not let anyone have control over your life anymore. You get to wear and feel how you want, and I am extremely proud of you. What I am most proud of is you entering college. You weren't in school, very alone and ashamed and hurt and still in the middle of your journey, and you have grown to something and someone so amazing. I am proud of you for becoming your better self, your better version of you that you can be. I love you. I love me. And before I finish, I just wanted to say that I am in a year-long relationship with an amazing person. We had just passed our anniversary. And this is important because as a survivor, I had gone through a very long journey and I'm still going through a journey. And there was a time where I had spoken to him about our sexual relationship. And there was times where I didn't feel comfortable having sex, but I never had the confidence, or I never felt like I can say no and it was okay to say no. And when we spoke about it, it kind of broke him. And I cried because at that moment I felt safe. I felt okay with saying, no, I don't want to have sex, and everything to be okay. And I feel that's important, consent, and talking about consent with people, not only sexually, but around your family and friends. Like, no, today I cannot talk to you because I want to go to sleep. Or today I can't speak to you because I'm not in the right mental space for that. That's what my love letter is talking about. And I feel like that's important to state. So yeah, thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Melina, and I'm going to play a song and perform a song that I did for this panel. So it's called Self-Love, and I'll play it and then I will let you know the story behind it. Out so alone, couldn't find a home, ain't have no clue. Time was moving slow, but now this life is showing me what I can do. It's a new beginning, it's a different feeling. I'm so in love. I know I can survive, I feel so alive. Feel something new. Feel something into verses. It's authentic, real feelings, no rehearsing. I'm trying to find the ways to put the words in. Sometimes my mind gets caught up, but it's all for the best. I call it self-love. Let's say it again. This is the win. I'm closing my eyes to feel it within. Feel something. Feel something new. Feel something. Feel something new. And I just really love this song. I had an amazing time writing this song, creating this song. Everything about this song is beautiful, and I feel like these lyrics worked perfectly for this because this is about the healing process and how it can be scary in the beginning, but it's something completely new. Like what Anna was talking about, or Solange or Ashley, that feeling that you feel when you realize that you love yourself again and that you are someone special and that you are someone beautiful and you deserve to love yourself like you love someone else after going through this pain and trauma. It's, it's just something different to finally not focus on the bad things and focus on the good things about yourself. When you look in the mirror, you're not walking past the mirror anymore because you don't want to see a reflection. You're like looking at yourself and you feel confident, and it's okay to love yourself the way you would love a partner or the way you love your someone that's an idol to you or anything like that. You are someone beautiful and you are someone special. And I just want this song to give everyone that confidence and for everyone to know that they are allowed to love themselves. And you are just amazing. You're amazing. So I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Thank you so much, everyone. Solange, Ashley, Anna, Melina, for all sharing your beautiful gifts with us all. We do not deserve this, but you've been able to share so much of yourselves with us in a matter of only 15 minutes. So yeah, we're definitely going to have some time, have an opportunity to explore a little bit more about your process. But I'm sure the audience is wondering and wanting more information about who you are. So I'm going to read off a little bit of information about Solange, whose pronouns are they, she, he, and ze, is a queer, indigenous, Filipinx, Mescalero, Apache, Yueme, Kalinga, Kapampangan artist, photographer, and poet, currently living in Siucton, Chumash territory, otherwise known as Santa Barbara, California. Their work focuses on the revitalization and normalization of indigenous cultures in mainstream society, uplifting and supporting communities of color and bringing important issues to the forefront, using a mix of mediums ranging from watercolor to digital collage to slam poetry. They are first place winner in the Santa Barbara Poetry Slam and work with organizations such as Immediate Justice, Survivor Love Letter, Punk Rock Marthas, Indigenous Action, and El Centro SB. Ashley, Girls for Gender Equity Sisters in Strength alumni, is an outspoken youth organizer who guides their peers and themselves through healing. They believe in radical body acceptance and are passionate about the Black Lives Matter movement. Their hobbies include art, poetry, and dance. Anna is a recent high school graduate and youth activist from the Bronx, New York. Anna is a current youth facilitator at the Yaya Network, where she organizes community spaces for youth. She is an alumni of Girls for Gender Equity, where she has worked with other youth organizers surrounding survivorship, restorative justice, healing justice, and she has committed to her healing journey and strengthened her poetry skills by speaking out at events such as Youth Already Know, alongside her Sisters in Strength family. And most importantly, she loves turtles. Last but not least, Melina is a 19-year-old singer, songwriter, and performer based in King County. She began tapping into her artistic side at a young age through drawing and theater, and since then has participated in many musical performances throughout her career. Melina began her independent artistic journey in 2019 with the help of the Residency organization and continues to work with Immediate Justice and Survivor Love Letter. She currently has 2 songs available and continues to work on creating new projects that will enchant listeners. Thank you all for being here. I'm so excited to be in conversation with all of you today and hear a little bit more about what brings you into this space today with us. So our first question that we're going to jump into today is wanting to get a better understanding of your pieces that you shared with us. So many of you have shared performance art pieces. There's one person who will be sharing a little bit about a visual art piece. And so I'm interested in hearing from you. What inspired these pieces that we heard and saw from you all today? And anyone can jump in at this point. We'd love to hear from all of you.
Okay, I'll go first. Hi everyone, as you know, I'm Anna. What inspired my piece today? I went through a lot of changes with my poem. My poem I literally was editing different times of the day throughout the week, and I don't know, it was everything. As you guys can see, I was referring to a lot of things, victim blaming, not only outside in the street but also in school. Also talking about how the issues that we have in education, the issues I have in my household, like how my curly hair is not okay. How anytime I'm in history class, my white teacher would always look at me and ask me if I had any opinions on it because I'm Black and I'm supposed to always speak up about it. And it's like little things like that. I was referring to everything. And basically just my experience inspired it. It was just my emotions, and I was just like free writing. And then I was like taking things out and then adding things in and comparing. And so, yeah, that's what inspired me. Everything that's happened from as young as I was 10 to now. Because that was the first time I experienced sexual harassment. So yeah, that's what inspired me. Just speaking out my truth and my experience. So, yeah.
Melina, would you like to share a little bit more about your process with us?
Yeah, so with the song, I explained to you guys the whole idea of the song, but the process was actually a very beautiful process. So with the help of Tani in this organization, she was able to put together a nice studio session with a wonderful producer all the way from Chicago. And then here I worked with an engineer in North Seattle. And we spent a couple sessions putting that song together. We wrote everything from scratch and we put the pieces together on that song. And I feel like the whole inspiration for this was, of course, hearing stories from other survivors, but also, you know, having my own story as well. There was a time where I was going to completely give up making music and just, you know, start working and doing what I wanted to do. And I feel like this has really refreshed me a lot because, you know, art is something very, it can be intimidating and hard to make your ideas come out and, you know, to feel creative sometimes, especially when you're in a position with living with people or just around people that constantly drain you, you know, when like, especially in abusive situations. So I just feel really refreshed that I was able to, you know, start making music again, because once you know, tap back into your creative side, it helps you a lot in believing yourself again and wanting to do more and more and more. So this process was beautiful. Everything came from the heart, and it was just an amazing experience to be able to create so openly and so freely, and to also work with an engineer and producers who are dedicated to their craft as well, because also as a woman and an artist, it can be very intimidating, and there are a lot of people in the industry that you work with who don't have the best intentions for you. So to be working with people who have good intentions and pure hearts is really does something to your energy and your creative headspace.
Thank you so much, Melina. I would love to transition over to Ashley. If you can share a little bit more about what inspired your piece, and also talk a little bit more about the beautiful image that we're seeing behind you today.
So, along the lines of Melina's piece, like music was a really big eye opener for me. Like all my life, I've had this like attachment to music, but it wasn't up until last year that I really started to like really just pay attention to what I was listening to and how that impacted how I felt. And as I said in my piece, like it wasn't until I heard a certain song when I figured out like what I'm going through is common, but it's also something that I can escape and something that I can grow from. Yeah. And so that leads into the art you see behind me. During the creative process, I was really thinking about how I didn't really heal on my own. It took other people as well. Like I needed to be in a loving and very comforting environment in order to completely learn to love myself and others in the way that was the most respectful. So like the fact that I have an image of people holding hands is kind of like what it felt like. Like the amount of support that I got from everyone around me was really amazing. So yeah, I hope that gave some context to what this all is about.
Thank you so much, Ashley. And then last but not least, can we hear from you, Solange, as to what inspired your work and a little bit more about what your artistic process usually looks like?
So I did 4 pieces. The first one was my Survivor love letter that I wrote back in 2016. That one was a reminder to myself mostly, because when I first started on my self-healing journey back when I was about 16, I felt really alone, and I felt like I didn't really have a support system or anyone to go to. So I wrote this as a reminder to myself that I am my own best support system. Like I know everything that I've been through, and I will always be there for myself. It's a really huge act of self-love, especially if I feel like we go through a lot of times of self-loathing. So self-love is really revolutionary and resilient. The second poem that I wrote was also something of like a reminder of if I could tell my younger self anything, I tell them this. So that was what that poem was about. And then How Hard Did Aging Hit You? I have body dysmorphia, so I feel really uncomfortable with like posting my picture a lot of the time, which is funny because I know I'm doing this panel. But I wanted to participate in that challenge from last year. And I was trying to figure out like a good way to be comfortable in doing that. So I wrote this poem to participate. And then the last one is Personal Victories, which is also another self-reminder, because one of the things that I realized in my self-healing journey is kind of that you need to celebrate all your little victories, no matter how small, even if it's just getting up in the morning, even if it's just, you know, I took a shower today. Like these are beautiful, brilliant things to celebrate. And, you know, that's what helped me get out of some of the darker times of my life. So.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing a little bit more about your artwork and your process and what this looked like for you, not only for the Survivor love letter process and creating these pieces, but leading up into that as well. I'm really interested in talking with the audience a little bit more about some of our process as we wrote our letters and hear from the panelists a little bit more about what that looked like. Our prompt for writing our survivor love letters was to think about one strategy of resilience we've returned to over and over again throughout our lives. These were applied to the pieces that were created and that you all saw today. Melina, can you speak a little bit more about how you were able to use art as a strategy of resilience throughout your life?
Yeah, so the way that I like to describe art is, I actually wrote it down a little bit, but my art speaks for me. And I think, and this is not just music either. Can be drawing, painting, literally anything. I think that art speaks for you. And my art is my voice. It's the way that I communicate. And I think that art represents freedom and strength because it takes strength and courage to express what you feel within and to bring that out. And it takes even more courage to express how you feel to other people, because that can be something that's very intimate and very, sacred to you. So for you to let the whole world feel what you feel, and just even having the strength and the courage to say it and feel free to say what you feel inside is strength. And that's a form of resilience in itself, because I feel like as women, we're taught to just, do what everyone else says we need to do and feel how everyone else says that we need to feel. So to have a form of expression, no matter what it means to you, whatever it means to you, and you putting it out there, that's all that matters. And anybody can interpret anything anyway, but if you're expressing how you feel inside, that's your form of resilience. And that's you expressing your freedom. That's your freedom right there. Your freedom is all of that. And I just think that making music, drawing, anything that you do through your art is resilience in itself. And all of you women here and women all around the world are so strong, so beautiful, and so courageous to, express themselves. Even just to sit there and do what everyone else does in the world, you're courageous as a woman, because we have these roles that people set for us and we are constantly breaking them.
Thank you so much, Melina. I can't wait to hear a little bit more about all that you discussed with us throughout our panel. And so for our next question, for Anna, in what ways have you deepened your connection to youth activism through your particular art medium?
So can you repeat that question? I'm sorry. Can you repeat it again?
How have you deepened your connection to youth activism through your artwork, through your art medium?
Okay. So I am a youth activist. I'm also a youth organizer, and I also facilitate certain events with other coalitions. And within those events, it's easier for me to write poetry and compare my feelings to other expressions rather than speaking about it. So if I'm angry, I'll compare it to, for example, fire, pain, the dark moon. So that's coming up to mind, but little things like that, I'll just compare it to metaphors, because it's easier for me to express myself in that way, because at the moment I don't exactly know how I feel. And so yeah, so not only with poetry, but also art, painting, and also, yeah, so that's pretty much it. I express myself in all different types of ways, especially when I don't know how to express myself verbally. So that can look like just making beats, just making soothing sounds on my piano, in a singing bowl. And yeah, and that's all forms of healing as well. So yeah.
Thank you so much for explaining that in a little bit more detail for us. Solange and Ashley, in many ways, your work speaks directly to youth survivors and really honors the ways that creativity can be pivotal in better understanding yourself as you ebb and flow through survivorship. In what ways can art making support survivors in their journeys towards healing and liberation? Solange can go first.
So art is the most powerful form of expression. It's deeply personal, and I feel like it's the greatest way to express yourself when you don't really have the voice to do so in any other way. For me personally, you know, I'm a visual artist, but I can't really make visual art whenever I feel really sad or depressed. So I kind of had to figure out poetry and find that for myself. So yeah, that was it for me. Poetry was the thing that really like helped me work through myself. But it could be any other kind of art form. It could be music. It could be sculpture. I think that it just helps getting your own story outside of your own body. You know, it gives that voice to it.
I like to think of art as one of those things where it's like something could be happening in your head, and in order for other people to understand, you need to get it out. And from my perspective, I feel like art or self-expression can't always be in the form of writing. I know that sometimes like just scribbling on a paper, like nonsense, could be a release for me. And that can go into healing simply because it doesn't look one way all the time. And I think that's how it really like makes its way into art, because as some folks said before, art is subjective most of the time. So when you're doing it in the moment, it doesn't really feel like it's going anywhere. But once you're done, you look back at it, it's kind of like you are letting go of something that can push you forward, more forward in your journey of healing and being liberated from whatever you're healing from, really.
Thank you so much. I'm thinking about this next question. I'm thinking about how the work that Anna has created, the work that Solange has created, has been super intentional in uplifting so many parts of who they are, how they move through the world, and the ways that they bridge the connections with those who look like them as youth survivors of color. How do you uplift your own identities and lived experiences in the work that you create? How does your identity show up in your artwork and in your process? And this first question can go to Anna, and then we can end with Solange.
So being an Afro-Latina, I'm very proud of. A lot of the things, like for example, I took digital engineering in school, my last year of high school, and that's basically making beats, but digitally. And not only then, I do have a piano, a singing bowl, and I'm soon getting a drum. So things like that, incorporating most of my heritage music. Awida, I don't know if people know what that is, but it's basically, it's like, it looks like, it's a lot longer, but it's made out of metal, and you make holes inside of it, so it's like bumps, and you could take a comb and you basically grind the comb against the metal piece. So that's an example of incorporating some of my heritage into my music, and that's my identity, as well as incorporating some drums and little things like that. And that's like an example of including myself into music. And not only that, sharing my story to other people as well is uplifting my identity. And I feel like that's important, sharing your story and creating community. So yeah.
And now for Solange.
I think especially as people of color, it's really important to uplift our identities. And that plays out in my own work. I'm Indigenous as well as Filipino, so I like to represent that as much as I can, because there's not that much representation out there. I don't see very many Indigenous people, especially Indigenous survivors, speaking out too much. So I feel like it's important to get our stories out there. You know, it's beautiful. That story of survival and even thriving, that resilience is the biggest form of resistance.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated hearing about the ways that you infuse and connect your parts of who you are and your identity into your work in so many different ways. And now for our last question, last but not least. What is one thing that you would like to say to your fellow survivors who are looking to amplify their stories and voices through their art and activism? And this last question is for Ashley, and it's also for Melina. So we'll go to Ashley first.
One big thing that I want people to know, youth organizers to know, is that it doesn't have to be perfect the first time. It's never going to be perfect the first time. I remember when I first joined Sisters in Strength, like inside I felt like I was all over the place. And then I kind of got the hang of like expressing myself through words, through art, just speaking. And it's okay to not always have the correct language to express your needs, because I didn't know there was even a term for someone who has gone through trauma and is on this continuous process to become a better person, not necessarily complete, but better. Yeah, every process is different and it doesn't have to be perfect.
Thank you so much, Ashley. And now for Melina.
So the advice that I would give to the youth and survivors as well, anyone that's, wants to get into art or doesn't know how to get started, is the first thing is, I know that it can be very intimidating, like I had said earlier with my other question, because you're dealing with so many people, especially in the art world. There's a lot of people who have been doing it for so long. You feel like you don't know where to get started or you don't know what to say. I would say the best thing that I learned is don't overthink your art and don't underestimate yourself and your power and your story. My favorite thing to say to anyone is that no one is you and you are no one else. And that's what separates you already. And that's what separates your art, because no one is you, so no one can make the art that you create. So I always say that the world deserves to hear your art, because there's 7 billion people here and you're one of them and you're unique. And I also like to tell people this: your chance of being born is 1 in 400 trillion. So you were supposed to be here. You have a journey. Trust your process. Trust yourself. Don't underestimate yourself. You're supposed to be here. You're beautiful and you are worth it.
Thank you so much for that. I love that quote. I love that perspective. We actually have a little bit more time. If Solange, if Anna would like to answer this question, you can feel free to jump in, not to put you on the spot. Only if you'd like to. What is one thing that you would like to say to fellow youth survivors who are looking to amplify their stories and voices through their art and activism?
Go for it. It's so important to get your story out there and to speak your truth, because, even if it's not for anyone else, it's for you and it'll help you in your healing journey. So do it, speak it.
I want to say that everyone's healing process is completely different. I know my healing journey was at first very bumpy. It was a lot of it was a lot of having to face your struggles and having to face what you was going through, and nothing is the same. Everyone's process is completely different, and do not feel afraid to speak up, because I know when I was going through things, I stopped continuing my healing journey because I fed into what everyone else was saying, and because everyone was discouraging me. I felt, okay, well, I can't do this because everyone else this and that. And no, my message is to keep going and fight through it. And it's okay if it takes a certain amount of time. It's not going to take a couple of days. It might take years, it might take months, and you might feel better sooner than later. And that's your personal journey. And it's okay for sometimes to stay home. I love to say this: healing can look like you're going out and dressing up. It can look like you're dressing up to stay in the house. It can look like you're in your room. You could cry. That's your healing journey. You can watch Netflix. That's your healing journey. You can stay home and eat junk food today, and then tomorrow we'll get back in your diet. That is your healing journey. and that is okay. And it is perfectly different, and it can be bumpy roads, it could be a smooth road, and that is perfectly fine. So that's my message.
I appreciate that message, Anna. It's really important to think about healing as not a linear process. It's a process that looks different for everyone. It's a process that we ebb and flow through in different points in time. So thank you for wrapping it up for us so beautifully. At this point in time, I would love to transition over back to the wonderful Tani to close us out in our event and in our space today.
Thank you so much, Shanae. You just heard from some incredible young artists who have shared their love letters and spoken about their strategies of resilience. We want to invite all of you to write your own love letters of resilience and share them with a larger community of survivors using the hashtag #SurvivorLoveLetter. So please join all of us in creating a less broken world through our art. Download our Survivor Love Letter Toolkit to learn how to write your own love letters and start a Survivor Love Letter circle with your friends. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you on the internet.
Hello, everyone. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley here, representing the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District. I want to begin by thanking the Survivors Agenda for convening us today. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you in virtual community. Now, for generations, survivors and advocates have fought to shine a light on harassment and abuse. We have shown up, we have marched, we have told our stories. We know that most of the work doesn't take place in public. It is in the late night phone calls when our trauma wraps us up in a chokehold. It is in the tearful conversations whispered in confidence. It is the slow and steady work of helping each other heal and rebuild. I speak from personal experience when I say the path often isn't linear. For many, getting to that first step can take years, if they ever arrived there. At times, we find ourselves on the precipice of a political or cultural breakthrough, it seems. Folks are often inclined to claim a lucky break, a strike of lightning, or a once-in-a-generation moment. But behind every breakthrough, every movement that caught fire and captivated the nation, there are hours of sweat equity invested in the struggle for justice. Now, as we work towards a more just nation, it is critical that we fortify ourselves with a vivid image of what the future looks like. A day to come where we walk amongst our brothers and sisters in community in a nation that lives its values out loud, a world that not only believes survivors and centers their struggle for justice, but also holds consent, bodily autonomy, and liberation and safety as the standard. I've said to survivors at organizing meetings, in personal conversations, and on the floor of the House of Representatives that what I want for every survivor is justice. I firmly believe that justice is a critical step in our healing as individuals and as a survivor tribe. We know that statistics are startling. Less than 1% of perpetrators are brought to justice in a court of law. But when I speak of justice, the future I dream of is not actually defined by the confines of a courtroom or even trauma-informed judges on the bench, though yes, that would be a victory. The justice I seek is bolder. I seek a world where survivors are believed and validated and supported. I also want a world where within a generation, the number of those impacted by sexual violence plummets. I reject any narrative that says that we as a society have to tolerate this behavior. When we look at what informed policy has done to stave off deaths caused by drunk driving or gun violence, at least in developed countries aside from the United States, I am emboldened. I dream of a world where consent is taught at the youngest age, where we invest in breaking down the intersectional barriers of systemic oppression and abject poverty that too often leave folks rendered voiceless. and a world where we provide the economic opportunity and mobility that enables strong, healthy relationships and community that can protect us in moments of vulnerability. Our stories, the inflection points of the survivor community organizing, and our collective power, they matter. As a survivor, I struggled for years to tell my own story, and I know how it feels to be a survivor in a country where believing and supporting survivors has become a partisan issue, where survivors are made to feel marginalized and ostracized, where we've had to weaponize our very traumas just to be seen, heard. I share my story because it is part of my own ongoing healing, and because I know that sharing my story can provide others with agency too. Since I began sharing my story publicly, I've been humbled and moved by how many survivors approach me to share their stories, folks from every station in life and every background. At a walk for the Boston Area Rape Crisis Center, which I've participated in every year for a decade now, a woman approached me, and she told me that hearing my story encouraged her to tell her daughter and her husband about the assault that she had experienced decades ago. In fact, she had been coming to this march, this walk, for years, supporting her daughter, who was a survivor. And her daughter didn't know all along that her mother was a survivor too. Experiencing assault can send us reeling, make us feel voiceless, marginalized in deep and dark ways that I still struggle to put words to. But I know in my own healing, reclaiming my agency over my story has been an important part of my moving forward. Survivors should be able to disclose when, how, and whom they want to. A colleague confided in me how liberated he felt when a friend reminded him that he is in control of whom he discloses to. There is no shame, no fault for him to hold, and it should be his choice when he's called upon to share his story. Assault steals our agency, so reclaiming our agency as we heal is critical. It does not get easier to disclose. The phrasing comes to me in a way that feels familiar now, but the words cut deep all the same every time. During my 2018 congressional campaign, many times well-intended journalists would engage me in a line of questioning that amounted to relitigating the details of my childhood sexual abuse and campus sexual assault. In those moments, I would aim for composure and grace, reminding myself that the public life I've chosen brings with it intrusive questions all the time. I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel like a second violation. Those interviews would be triggering and at times very frustrating for me and members of my staff who are also survivors. They would feel outraged at the line of questioning, and I would feel vulnerable. In those moments, I would try to remind myself that this is why we need survivors in positions of power and influence everywhere. We know that we carry our lived experiences into every space that we occupy. Creating real change requires continued movement and coalition building. It requires that more elected leaders listen to their constituents and keep themselves in close proximity to the pain. And it demands systemic change to ensure that our institutions of power more accurately reflect the diversity and lived experiences of those in our communities. Simply put, we belong everywhere. And our truths deserve to be whispered in the corridors of power and shouted from rooftops. We belong at every table where decisions are being made about our lives, our livelihood, and our justice. Our lives, our stories, our struggles, and our healing matter. Audre Lorde reminds us that when we liberate ourselves, we liberate others too. Our movement builds when we elect survivors. Each time our government takes a step toward representing and valuing the diverse lived experiences of the American people, our policy becomes sharper, crisper, more responsive. Because when those with relevant firsthand experiences ask pointed questions, the air shifts, the conversation changes. It does not mean that we aren't still healing. It does not mean that we don't still simultaneously hold fears and hopes and a deep sense of responsibility. But every survivor that sits upon the dais, leads proceedings in a committee hearing, or calls for a federal investigation acts not only on their behalf, but on behalf of thousands who are united through a shared experience. Real and lasting change can take hold as we claim our seats at the tables of power. And believe me, We are just getting started.
You just heard from Representative Presley. Thank you so much for your leadership and your wisdom and sharing with us in these last moments of the first ever Survivor Summit. I also want to thank all of the speakers who participated over these last 3 days. We value your experience and your vision, and we have been grateful to have you inside of this space. My name is Danny Ayers. I'm with Me Too International, home of the Me Too movement, founded by Tarana Burke. We're now at the conclusion, as I said, of this first ever Survivor Summit. And as part of the Survivors Agenda team, we want to thank you all for being here. We hope that you felt inspired and that you feel inspired. We hope that you feel seen. We hope that you're excited to be part of this vital conversation. I also want to thank the steering committee organizations and the individuals who took part in making this summit happen. I also want to thank our community partners who helped to amplify this work so that we could bring you all into this conversation. We want to urge you that if you're not already, to get involved with an organization that's working to end sexual violence, whether it be policy work, whether it be healing, organizing. We urge you to get involved. We also urge you to get involved in getting out the vote, especially during this election season. Many of the organizations who took part in making the Survivors Agenda happen are ramping up this work right now. And finally, we hope that you visit survivorsagenda.org and stay tuned. There was so much great content submitted for the summit, we couldn't fit it all in. So we're going to have a post-summit series so that folks can still engage and we can present this amazing content to the world. And to close us out, I now want to introduce Rhapsody. If you have not seen Rhapsody perform, you are in for a treat. Her artistry is simply amazing. Thank you for being part of the first ever Survivors Agenda, and we will see you in these virtual streets.
Check 1 2 1 2. I am Jamla Records, Rock Nation representative Rhapsody. We appreciate you coming to the event today. Respect, appreciation, support of women, Black women, ladies all across the world, sisters. I just want to talk to you if it's all right. And since we all came from got our name from and I gained from a woman, I wonder why we take from her, why we do we? Brothers, I love you, I love you. I hate to know some of you treat us like Glover. Black card revolt, maybe you could use Discover. Define yourself, do you feel the same way about your mother? Do you overlook our beauty, but you loving on all the others? Hope you teach your daughters all to stay away from suckers like yourself if you don't love yourself. I'm so southern, I was taught to feed the soul with or without hot ovens. Here's a plate, know your hate come from a black man's struggle. We all in the same shape, so I know I fit your puzzle. Either way, we got your back, we only pray you be our muscle. Strength in the times, we all overcome with trouble. Every day we pulling doubles for ourselves and home. My mom and daddy taught me early on, protect your own. We never stop loving you, so turn your love back on. And I pray you feel the same way as that Tupac song. We ain't your hoes or your bitches. Trophies are meant for pimping. Recognize a gift from God, always a birthday or a Christmas to protect our lives. You gonna take it to the limit? Rib about rib, do you still feel the same you sing? Got our name and our game. I wonder why we do it. Play that thing, Duran. That's since we all got a and I. That's right. I wonder why we take from our, why we rape our, do we hate our? PJ told me to tell you that. Yeah, where would you be, fellas? If we weren't here with you. If you don't hear nobody say it, ladies. Please know we appreciate you. The way you walk, the way you talk, sisters. And then we got brilliant minds. There ain't nobody better, yeah. Peace and love to the sisters. But let's turn it up a notch. And tell them again about the real. What? Y'all bogus. Real goofy, I ain't never lost focus. What? Hey, the dark flesh, Bob Marr, speak mine. What you thought them 99 problems was? War on drugs, legality, they got us on fallacies. Recorded in casualties, I was supposed to resort in the Maldives now. We in the rallies now, boxing in IG now. texting the IG and the memory, pouring Hennessy and bum boom shot, reaching for the ID. Get on my neck, nigga, unless you Cuban link. I think like the Cubans think. You never get a side or back. Got your back, T. Mallory. Carry on like a Prada bag. Dogs with me like they caught a lab in the backseat of a patrol car. That's luck. They ain't called a coroner. Should be Hall of Fame. Corridor. The way we run it back. You think it's 63? I think it's 63s. 180 degrees. Get your shit straight. Mr. Police did the same thing. The co-chief did the same thing. The Raheem do the same thing. And our reality